Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our council meeting for Tuesday, April the 22nd. I'd like to call our meeting to order and just let everybody know that Councillor Ryan will be joining us a little bit later in the meeting. Today is the final day of final exams for him for his other work, so he will be joining us here shortly after the commencement of those exams. Our land acknowledgement, in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge Mokitas and the Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Liko Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge this territory as home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. We acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to our updates and the approval of the agenda, I do believe that we're going to have a change in the order of the agenda, and that is we've had a request. We're going to be moving part of the presentation from the auditor to in camera. So with that, then we'll just do all the in camera items at once so that we don't have to break it up. So with that, we're going to be moving items, moving the closed session to after item 6.1. With that, are there any additions or changes to the agenda from council or administration? Okay, great. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's see if I can talk my way through this. I move that council approve the April 22nd, 2025 regular meeting of council agenda with the following amendments. Move all closed session items to after agenda item 6.1.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. For a moment of reflection, a couple of items here this morning. First of all, today being Earth Day, one of the things that the City of Chestermere is doing this week is supporting our community with a community cleanup. So there are 2 large roll-off bins over at the rec center that can be utilized for a bit of this community cleanup work, as well as council today. Right after our council meeting, we're going to be going out to several locations throughout Chestermere to do some community cleanup. We welcome any of you to join us, but all throughout this week. We understand that some of our different parks and areas and things like that. So our city park staff have been working really hard on cleaning up the city properties. We also understand that lakefront homeowners have had a concerted effort around the lakefront right now and working on some things. And so we want to celebrate those things as well. So thank you to our comms team who has been posting this out on social media, and to our event staff that have helped with the organization as well. There are also some garbage bags and gloves here at City Hall. It's going to become a first come, first serve, while supplies last type thing. But we do have some gloves and bags here at City Hall if people wanted to stop by and grab those. And just throughout the week even, we'd invite you to gather with some of your neighbors and help with a bit of a community cleanup. But again, council will be going out to different areas after the meeting today. And then along with that, on another moment of reflection, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Sandbo, who has a bit of an update on an experience that she had last week.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, thank you. I wanted to take a moment to thank Chestermere's Fire Department, and particularly B Shift, for hosting me this week. I think it's worth acknowledging the pride, professionalism, and proficiency that I see every time I spend time with these folks. So I asked B Shift what key messages they wanted me to bring back to council, and they said they're excited to see things moving forward, and they appreciate that our council and colleagues in administration are taking the time to get to know them and their work. I'm so blown away by these folks and so pleased to acknowledge them today for this moment of reflection.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I had a similar opportunity, and I would certainly encourage our other members on council, if you have the opportunity, to be able to go and do so. Some of the takeaways that I had when I did mine was, and I believe I had mentioned this at the time, was one, driving. I know Council Deputy Mayor Sambo, you had much more opportunity to respond to calls than I did. I had one throughout the day, but I believe you had a number of calls, and I'm not sure if you had a similar experience of it would be very helpful if residents remember that if you have the lights and the sirens going on behind you, to move over and get out of the way as quickly as possible. But also the other two pieces that I took away were the on-the-job training. I understand you got to have some of those experiences as well, going into the smoke and things like that, and just the speed at which they're able to do what they do in the conditions that they work in. But also with this moment of reflection, I know this is a little bit outside of what we would usually do, but Chief Zebedee was able to join us here today, as well as Paquette was able to join us here today. And I had asked them if they were able to come during this time, since Deputy Mayor Sambo had that opportunity. But also, there's been a couple of fires here over the last little while. And so I just want to invite up Chief Zebedee just to come up, because there's been some concerns that have been raised with regards to the number of fires that have happened just recently, and so just thought we would. They are already working with our comms team, but I don't want to steal their thunder. Turn it over to Chief Zebedee if you just want to address that really quick.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Council, for having us in this morning. So, quick update on the fires that we've had. We've had three, one in the West Creek area. So, we have been able to determine that none of these fires are linked. So, meaning we don't have an arsonist, there is no suspicious activity, anything like that with these fires. So, the first one, our fire marshal has completed his investigation, and it has determined the cause to be accidental. It appears that maybe an electrical wire was pinched above a furnace. So, and our fire that we had on Sunday night, which spread into kind of Monday morning at the duplexes, is currently under investigation. Our fire marshal's there right now, working with the insurance company on the investigation for that one. So just wanted to take a moment to also let everybody know about our After the Emergency program. I'm going to turn it over to Platoon Chief Paquette just to talk about that. So residents will see our fire trucks and crews in their area of those affected areas around those homes. Just wanted to talk to people about smoke detectors and some home safety and really push that messaging through. So I'll turn it over to PC Paquette.
Worship, Council. As Chief Zebedee said, we try to be back into an affected area within 72 hours with our crews, and we go around and we discuss different types of emergency things with them. We go in with a home fire safety checklist, and we'll leave this stuff with you to be able to take a look at later, but we draw up off home safety surveys, reference guides. We talk about carbon monoxide. We talk about fire escape plans. We talk about working smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, and carbon monoxide. And then we also go through a checklist with them if they want, or we will leave them with them. But we make sure that we're within 72 hours back into an affected area to try to calm a bunch of people, and we try to give as much information as we possibly can. On this one, currently we can tell them that it started in the garage, but we can easily say no, this wasn't from lint, for an example, out of a dryer, but that's a good safety thing for us to look at and talk about. So we work with fire coalition that we do the exact same thing with the city of Airdrie, the county of Rockview, the town of Cochrane. We have one member from our service that's on a coalition with them, and we share all this type of information and we work back and forth, so that way we can get corporate sponsors as well to pay for all of this type of stuff that we hand out.
Great, thank you. With that too, I believe there was no injuries with this fire that happened on Sunday/Monday morning, and there was a feel-good story of we found the cat that was missing. Is that what I understand?
Yes, we did. We did find the cat. It was hiding downstairs. Our fire marshal did some great work. He actually, his other job, he works for a nonprofit helping a bird rescue program. Oh. So we're like, okay, you're doing a cat this time. So, yeah, we're very happy to reunite the cat with the family.
That's awesome. And then Chief Zebedee, I also, while we have the moment, then I guess to acknowledge we had 5 graduates who graduated from the fire program that happened on Saturday as well.
Yeah, it was a great day. So Saturday was our 1 year since these individuals had started with Chestermere Fire Service, and they all successfully passed their probation and are officially members of our service now. So I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council that showed up to that event, and some of our directors and our CAO. So it was great to see the support there, and I know that they truly appreciated having you guys there. So truly an exciting moment for them all.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just thought, Council, I thought that with the reflection that Deputy Mayor was going to be able to bring, I just thought that it was appropriate. I know that some of the councillors have been reaching out with questions with regards to these fires that had happened, so I just thought it was important that we be able to hear directly from them right away. So thank you for taking the time out this morning to be able to come and join us with that.
Thank you all.
Great, thank you. With that, I believe we'll just have a motion to accept for information. Is that correct? Great, thank you. And, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me. I move that the council accept the moment of reflection for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Moving now to public input session, looking to legislative services. Have we had anyone sign up for or sign in for public input?
Through the chair, no, we don't.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move to our approval of the minutes. We have 4 of them here. So can I have a councillor make the first motion for the March 25th council meeting minutes, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I move that council approve the March 25th, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. 5.2, April 1st, 2025. Councillor Grant.
I move that council approve the April 1st, 2025 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. .3. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the April 1st, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee meeting minutes as presented.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And finally, item 5.4, the April 8th regular meeting of council minutes. Oh, sorry. Oh, Councillor Worzanowski. Your vote didn't show up. There we go. Thank you. And now item 5.4, the April 8th, 2025 regular meeting. Councillor Randawa.
I move that the council approve the April 8, 2025 regular meeting of council minute as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. With that, I'm going to look to our administration. So one of the things that we're trying to do is whenever we have a guest speaker now, a guest joining us for anything, we are trying to time those items, both for efficiency, but also for out of respect for the time for our guests. But we've now put it at 9:30 and it's 9:15. So should we begin early or should we move 7.1 up? Tackle that one and then go to 6.1.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, one of the things we're trying to do is schedule guest speakers and important items at a certain time. So I would suggest that we hold off till 9:30 in case somebody was wanting to watch about our audit and is waiting till 9:30 to log in. I do notice the presenters for 7.1 aren't here, but 7.2 are. If Council would like to make a motion to deal with item 7.2 right now, we could do that. And then when that's done, continue on with the rest of the agenda.
Thanks for catching that. That's definitely what I meant. With that, can I have a motion to move council item agenda 7.2 to before 6.1? Great, thank you. Can I have a Councilor Grant?
I move that council moves agenda item 7.2 to before agenda item 6.1.
Great, thanks. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. So with that, we'll move to item 7.2, which is the flagpole repair and replacement budget being presented to us by Dario.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good morning. I'm here for a decision to get Council to approve the transfer of the operating budget associated with the flagpole project to the capital budget. Some background on that: when we were doing the project, we put it in our interim operating budget, which was allocated $30,000, but finance had flagged that because it's part of the policy 432, the capital asset policy. Buildings considered repairs and replacements under over $25,000 should comply with the policy and be considered a capital asset. So a little bit background on this project. Last summer, we had a flagpole fail and fall from the anchors just outside the chambers wall here. In investigating a little bit more on the other anchors, it wasn't properly installed. Due to cost and savings, they opted to do that. If you look at the pictures that I presented to all of you, you can see that they used concrete nails and then just anchors on the cement, which look like essentially window frame anchors to put it up in there. So that's not the right way. It's not the safe way. It could have created a lot of safety issues. Luckily, it was an isolated incident where the flagpole that did fall, nobody was around. It was early in the morning. And then when we investigated, we tore down the other poles because, as you see, one of the poles was actually leaning to the side. That could have fell as well. So that project in itself, I'll explain that a little bit. It was in 2020. One of the companies that actually wanted to bid for that project pulled out due to safety reasons, because the city wanted to follow the scope that they wanted to have it there, where they suggested to go within the ceiling here in chambers, anchor it through a through bolt and all that other kind of stuff, but that would have costed a lot of money. So that's why they went with a different company. Anyways, here we are now trying to fix the issue. We're not going to put them on the walls. We're actually going to put them just in the front with the other flag, with the Canadian flag. Core it down, have a cement base, make sure it's properly anchored and secured. So now with the project, the company that actually pulled out is actually the awarded company that is going to be doing the project now. They came at the most effective price. And yeah, that's why I'm here. So any questions?
Questions from council? Okay, I have one. Is there any kind of a liability that happened with regards to this installation? Because I'm just looking at how that was done and the pictures that you have provided. Is there any liability back on the company who did that work?
That I can find out. I'll have to talk to finance with the company, because it was before my time in 2020. But yeah, we can definitely look into that.
Okay. So this work was done externally, not internally?
So from what I understand, yeah.
It was an external company
Yeah.
that did this installation?
Correct.
Okay.
And there were several companies that were going for bid, and the one company, a Chestermere resident, is the one that pulled out and said, no, I'm not doing this just because of safety reasons.
Okay. To administration, is that something, would there need to be a motion with regards to that to pursue that with regards to liability? Because that is certainly a big question I have in looking at how this was installed and the fact that there was a recommendation from another company to not do that. Is this something that we should be looking into?
Through the mayor, it was done at our request.
Oh, I see.
This design was requested by the city and designed by the city, and they installed it as we asked them to do.
Okay.
So I would suggest we can take a look into it offline. But I would suggest that we just continue forward with the proper project.
Right.
And
Okay. Councillor
back
Randhawa?
to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have another question to the administration or to the presenter. The quote you give, it's just only the one company, or did we take any other quote from other companies as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Windara. Yes, we had 3 other quotes, and this was the best quote that we had. 4 companies did initially come in, but because of the scope of the project, it was a little too small for one of the companies, so they pulled out because of that reason. So 4 companies in total.
Sorry about that. Councillor Schindler?
Yeah, I have a question about the damage to the building. Was that repaired, or is that going to be repaired with this project?
The damage to the, through the chair to Councillor Center, the repair to the wall can actually do internally, so we'll do that internally. It's only holes about this big, so we can patch those up.
Yeah, we should really patch
Yeah.
those up.
Yep.
Damage.
Yeah,
to
we
the
don't want
building
any-
envelope could cause mold inside the building.
Exactly, that's what we were thinking too, yeah.
My former life. So
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenter, have we explored other opportunities such as getting an engineering detail to mount the poles safely in an approved manner? Maybe not using tap cons, but using an approved wedge anchor?
So through the chair to Councillor Grant, that hasn't been entertained just due to the fact that it was, back then, it was costly to begin with. So this would be the most cost-effective way to do it. So if we want to entertain that idea, we would just have to be, know that it would cost more than what the currently cost is. Because now you're taking into effect engineer or all that other kind of stuff, potentially. We haven't looked into that yet.
Okay. With that, then, I believe we have a motion. Sorry. Councillor Wozinowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and thank you, Councillor Grant, for bringing up the engineering question to the engineer on the panel. Now that you mention it, I can't help but think about the liability with this. I understand that, at this price, we should be able to get it installed safely. What I would suggest, if it's not clear in the scope of work to, through our chair, administration, our presenter, and to administration, is that our scope is clear that this work has to be guaranteed to some level, because the liability doesn't have to necessarily be approved or stamped by an engineer, but the liability has to be understood. So this doesn't happen again, and we don't have flagpoles falling off the building. Thank you.
So through the chair to Councillor Rogoneski, yes, this has been by this company that actually pulled out the last time. They're actually been awarded this project because they have double checked and did all that stuff that makes sure that the safety precautions are taken in place.
And as a follow-up, just to be clear, that that it's clear in our scope document, whether it's a purchase order, a contract, etc., such that they understand that it's got to be done right.
Yeah. So it was invitation only, and the scope was very clear on what we were required for the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll call for the motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approve the transfer of the flagpoles project from the operating budget to the capital budget.
Comments, questions from council? Just looking to administration just to confirm that we are able to do this within the confines of our 2025 budget. Basically, that the math on all this is still working even with the transfer of the budget.
Yeah, through the mayor, that's correct. This is already a budgeted item. We just budgeted it in the wrong budget.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just want to confirm that. Final questions, comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, we are now going to move to item 6.1, which is the audited financial statements from 2024.
Finance just recently finished the final audit for 2024, and Erin here from Gregory Harriman will present the audit fund.
Do I have my slides? The slides.
The slide will be automatic.
Perfect. Good morning, Council and Your Worship. So as Anne noted, I am Erin Gregory, one of the partners with Gregory Harriman and Associates, and our firm completed the audit for the 2024 fiscal period. So today I'll be highlighting the audit as well as the financial statements with you. So management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, and for such internal controls as management determines necessary to enable the preparation of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. So our objectives as auditors are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report, which includes our opinion. So I am pleased today to report we have issued a clean, unqualified audit report, which is detailed on page 2 and 3 of our financial statements. Next slide, please. So we have substantially completed our audit for the year ended December 31st, 2024, pending the completion of the approval of financial statements by Council and receipt of the signed documents provided in our final audit package. So we conducted, next slide, yep, there we go. We conducted our audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted accounting standards. And so this slide outlines our audit process. So the first slide, or the first step is scoping. So we review the preliminary financial information and then develop an audit plan and determine the materiality for the audit. So using materiality, we can then determine the specific financial statement areas that our audit work will focus on, defining the scope of our audit work. We then identify and assess risk based on the preliminary financial information provided, and then based on the scoping work and identification of these higher risk areas, we complete our audit process and include the review, which includes the review of working papers provided by management, confirmation of balances from third parties, and through further discussion and reconciliation processes, we gather and document evidence for the financial statement balances. Our last step is to form an opinion and report. So from the information obtained during the audit process, we are able to conclude if the financial statements are free from material misstatement. Next slide. So we reviewed and identified a number of higher risk financial statement areas, which include the investments, prepaid development credits, tangible capital assets due to the utility corporation, deferred revenue, and expenses. So because these items are identified as high risk, additional audit procedures were completed. So in all instances, we determined there is no evidence of material misstatement due to fraud or error. So as previously noted, the final steps of the audit are to form an opinion and report. That's the one, thanks. So this slide just shows an excerpt from the independent auditor's report stating the audit opinion. So as previously noted, we have issued a clean audit report, meaning the financial statements are fairly and appropriately presented in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards in all material respects. So next slide. So I'll now go through the financial statements at a high level. So this slide shows the first part of the statement of financial position. So the top section of the shows the financial assets, which are economic resources the municipality owns or controls that will be used to discharge liabilities. So it's important to note that of the 80 million of investments, 45 million relates to deferred revenue and deposit liabilities and is therefore restricted. So there are no other outside restrictions on any of the other financial assets. At December 31st, 24, financial assets totaled 182 million. In comparison to 23, this is a $22 million increase. On the liability side, we see that the liabilities have increased by 11 million to 98 million. This is mainly due to the increase of the due to 1538974 Alberta Limited as a result of development agreements signed during the year. So overall, the last line of the slide shows the net financial assets totals 85 million. So net financial assets are the difference between the financial assets and the liabilities and represent the net assets that the city has left over to discharge its liabilities. So this 85 million of net financial assets is a positive indicator. So it shows that the city has 85 million of assets after liabilities are removed to fund future operations and helps to show that the city is in good financial health. Next slide, please. The next section is of the statement of financial position is the non-financial assets. So non-financial assets don't provide resources to discharge liabilities, but are used to deliver government services, which include items such as infrastructure. So the city's non-financial assets are mainly made up of the tangible capital assets, or TCA, with a balance of 131 million, and include items such as land, roadways, sidewalks, buildings, vehicles, and equipment. And during the year, additions to TCA totaled over 27.6 million, with amortization being recognized as 7.8 million. So overall, accumulated surplus is increased by 25 million to 233 million. So this is another positive financial indicator. Next slide. So the next slide shows the revenue section of the statement of financial position, or statement of operations, sorry. Total revenue at 42.1 million was 4.4 million over the $37.7 million budget. The main variants relate to the sale of goods and user charges, building permits, and investment income. Next slide. So this slide shows the total operating expenses for 2024 were 46.4 million, which is 1.7 million under the $47.9 million budget. The largest variances relate to amortization, which is under budget by 1 million, mainly due to more engineering structures budgeted to be completed before year end, but were not. Next slide. So to complete the statement of operations, the next slide shows the last section of the statement. So here we have showing a deficit of revenues over expenses before other items at 4.3 million. The other section totaled just over 29.6 million, includes government transfers for capital, which are grants received and spent on capital projects, developer levies spent on capital projects, contributions of TCA from developers, and subsidiary operations that don't include the other comprehensive income. So once these other items are brought in, the city is left with an excess of revenue over expenses of 25 million. This is a $23 million over the budgeted surplus of 2 million. Next slide. Now, if you're just looking at the statement of operations without looking at the rest of the financial statements, including the notes, it looks like the city is budgeted for a $2 million surplus. However, this is not the case. It just has to do with the differences between the methods used for budgeting and the methods used for preparing the financial statements. The financial statements must follow accounting standards set out by Public Sector the Public Sector Accounting Board. And the budget is more of a cash base to ensure the city has enough to operate for the year, which is an acceptable practice. So note 27 translates the surplus shown on the statements of operations to the budget. So as you can see, the budgeted column comes down to 0, which shows that the city prepared a balanced budget. And next slide. So the Municipal Government Act requires that the debt limit and debt servicing limit be calculated and disclosed annually. The debt limit is calculated at 1.5 times the city's revenue, and the debt servicing limit is calculated at 0.25 times revenue. So as you can see on the slide, the city is well within these limits, with surplus available for potential new financing. And the city's capital financing and debt management policy further restricts the debt limit to 75% of the maximum levels established by the MGA. And the city is also within these internal limits. Next slide. So this slide shows the results for the municipal indicators for the city in 2023, which Municipal Affairs calculates annually to measure specific aspects of each of the municipality's governance, finances, and community. So these indicators review how the city is doing using these various calculations. As well, Municipal Affairs uses indicators based on their benchmarks to determine if the municipality has any trouble areas. So the comparative information on the slide is from 23, as Municipal Affairs has not released the 24 figures yet. So the red highlighted item of ministerial intervention is the only benchmark that was not met in 23. However, on March 12th, 25, the Minister signed an order indicating that the directives issued due to the 2022 inspection have been sufficiently completed by the city. So based on this, the city appears to be meeting all other financial benchmarks set for 23, and we've calculated the 24 benchmarks, and we expect the city to be on side as well for this year. So that concludes my review of the financial statements and audit. Are there any questions?
I just want to follow up on that last one, if I may.
Yeah.
So thank you for indicating that, again, all the directives have been met. And again, thank you to council and administration for getting that done. That was something that was really important for us when we were elected, was to complete those. So do you know, and if you don't, that's fine. My assumption, though, is that because that was March, I think you said 12th of 2025?
Yeah.
Because it was March 12th of 25, the audited financial statements of 2024, when the province comes out with that particular document, will it still say, yes, there was ministry intervention? And then, in theory, the 2025 ones could also, since it went into March of 25.
For 2024, I would expect it to show.
Yeah.
As 2025, I'm not certain what
Okay.
they will do with that.
Yeah, so even though it covered those 3 months, they may or may not highlight it. Probably for 24, they will.
Yeah, 24, I would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, any questions? Councilor Warzanowski.
I have a number, so I'll ask a few and then we'll continue. And some of these, through our chair, may be directed to our presenter, Miss Gregory.
Ms.
Miss Gregory, and maybe potentially some to administration. But I'll start with some easy ones. Have you audited the city of Chestermere previously? Has your firm?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We, I believe, started again in 2021. Previous to that, I believe we were 2020 or 2015 and previous as well.
Okay. So my next question is during the audit, is it more of like a surveillance audit where you just do checks? Because obviously you can't audit the entire financials. There's
Correct.
probably hundreds of thousands of transactions.
Yes.
So maybe explain to council how that works, because most of us have only been sitting in these chairs for about 9 months.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so kind of in my presentation, I talked a bit about identifying the higher risk areas. So when we start out with the preliminary financial information provided by management, we set the materiality of the audit. That kind of defines our scope. And so really what the materiality does is it determines the point in which we believe the users of the financial statements, their opinions would change if errors or fraud was determined above that amount. So we're not looking for $100 items here. This is quite a high level audit. And so once we determine those high risk areas and combined with our audit risk analysis, we get more information on the balances that are those higher risk, and either through confirmation with third parties or reviewing management's reconciliations, we kind of drive our audit process that way. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I guess my last question, and I have more, but I'll leave it at this last question to let some of the panel ask a few more. I'm used to seeing more conventional financial statements.
Yes.
P&L, balance sheets, cash flow. There's no cash flow statements at all being presented.
Oh, yes, there is in the final financial statement.
Oh, there is in the final financials.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's good to know. I'm curious how some of the revenues come in after the operating deficit is shown in the reporting structure of the financial statement of operations.
Yeah.
Is that common?
Yes. So
Why isn't it in the revenue portion to show that you actually do have a surplus, not a deficit?
yeah, and that's as laid out by the Public Sector Standing Accounting Board, or the Public Sector Accounting Standard Board. So the financial statements are quite different than anything under IFRS. Maybe you're used to looking at the international standards. They're kind of a unique set of financial statements. So I believe the thinking behind it, and it's just my logic, the first part of the statement of operations has to do with operations, right? Not capital revenue. So anything that's capital in nature comes down below those operating expenses in that other section. And the reason being is we've got, let's say, $1 million of grant revenue coming in, but there's not $1 million of operating expenses associated with that, because the capital items would be amortized over the life of the assets. And so we would only have a portion of those expenses coming in.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and to Ms. Gregory. Hi, nice to see you.
Yes, we do.
So I have a bit of a vague question, hopefully funneling into a more direct question. In general, I'm trying to understand the relationship between the audited financial statements for the city of Chestermere versus the utility, formerly CUI. So my first question would be, did you review the audited financial statements for the utility as well?
We did look at them, but we do rely on another auditor to do that. So we don't do any sort of audit process other than looking at those financial statements and verifying the balances that kind of flow across to the city.
As it turns out, that's my question. So there's various places in here where it references the utility in our financial statements for the city of Chestermere, and then some places where I think it must be the utility that we're talking about. So could you talk a little bit more about that relationship? What assets is the city of Chestermere holding for the utility? There's also a note that says due to the utility. What are we paying to the utility?
Yep.
Just some conversation around that, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So the utility corporation, the shares that the city holds, is recorded under the modified equity method. And so what happens there is the net income flows over from the utility corporation into the financial statements on the statement of operations there. It's kind of a one-line item within the statement of operations. Anyway, so the shares as well as that cumulative net income since the incorporation of utility corporation, that's what shows as an asset of the city. Now the due to, due froms, so the balance owing from the city to the utility corporation, that relates to developer levies mainly that the city has taken in, and the city acts as a flow through, and so the city will pay those amounts over to the utility corporation. So those funds, like I said, relate to developer levies and are associated with kind of the water and the sewer and all the utility type stuff that goes over to the utility corporation.
Great, thank you. Just to follow up on that, so under the assets that you're talking about, is that, I'm guessing on the statement of financial position, would that be under the non-financial assets?
No, the investment in government business enterprises within the financial asset section, that shows the shares and the cumulative earnings. And then the due to 15389, that is within the liability section.
Okay. So is there any utility infrastructure represented in these statements?
No.
All right. Thank you. I'll stop there for a moment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Wozniak.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm glad that Deputy Mayor Sambro brought that up because I was going to have a follow-up question in regards to 15389. My question was, and I think you've kind of answered it, but the numbers don't match for me, likely because one of the accounts has some extra monies kind of tied to it. What was the corresponding balance sheet transaction for 15389. Was that the investments in government business and then some? Because one's 40 million and the other one's 61 million dollars.
Yeah, so the investments in government business enterprises, so that represents the shares that that the city holds. So 100% of the shares of the utility corporation plus the accumulated earnings. So how that was originally determined were the utility assets and liabilities that were initially moved over to the utility corp. That makes up the bulk of it.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. On the statement of operations, and I think I know the answer to my question now, there is a summary line that says operating annual surplus or deficit, and that's where that $4 million deficit is before other income.
Yep.
The thing that was throwing me off is that it says operating. When we're budgeting, we have an operating budget and a capital budget, and you spoke to the difference between the two processes, between auditing and budgeting. So this operating annual surplus, that also includes some capital project spend.
It includes the amortization of those capital assets.
Includes, okay.
Yeah.
All
Mr. Edney?
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to add a quick comment back to the due to the CUI, because I'm not sure it's totally clear for council on what that item is. That item is the offsite levies that the city has collected on behalf of the utility, because the utility will construct and own our stormwater, our sanitary, our water utility projects. So we had a separate budget. If you remember at budget time during capital, we had a separate utility capital budget, and that's where all of these projects end up going in. So it's not like the city owes. We've just collected that $40 million from the offsite levies. When we go do those projects, the utility is actually doing them. So then we have to give that money to the utility to construct those, and then those show up in the tangible capital assets of the utility as those are constructed and brought into service.
Councilor Wozzanowski.
I thought I understood, Mr. Edney, but through our mayor, to you, Mr. Edney, and I understand that the capital expenses are a balance sheet transaction. So explain again, so it's clear, please, what is the liability associated with an offsite levy? Wouldn't that be an asset? Or what's the liability associated with that transaction? Because Ms. Gregory, I thought, explained it quite clearly that, there's the liability associated with 1587 and 15389, and then the tangible portion of it on the balance sheet. So what's the liability associated with the offsite levy of 15389?
So thank you, Councillor Wozzanowski. I'll take a stab at this, and then maybe Erin can jump in. It's a liability for the city, but it would be an asset for the utility. So because the city owes the utility that money, it's a liability for us, and would be an asset on the utilities book. So if it was all one, it would just cancel each other off. But because they're separate entities, that's how the accounting works for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Councilor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was looking at your high risk and balance those all the points. So I have only one question. Like you did the audit, there is any area or concern the high risk the council can look at on their perspective, our point, which one do you want to tell us clearly, or
No, so as I mentioned, kind of all those high risk areas, we did extra audit procedures and found that they were free of material misstatement.
Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Only two more questions, I promise. All right. One question I have, it may be for you, Mr. Edney. I'm not sure. Under long-term debt, we have a debenture for something called CRCA operating. I was wondering if you know what that is?
through the chair to Deputy Mayor Sandbo, I may have to defer to our controller and Ty to answer that question. That's before my time. I can call her up.
Yes. It's all in my memory, sorry. It's a long time ago, like 2005 or something. So there's a contribution to the library, to the CRCA. So the CD getting the loan for the CRCA, and we've been paid that loan, but the cost share between the Rocky View County and the CD for the repair and maintaining on upgrade of CRCA at that time. And since then, because the loan is over 15 years, so the CD had been paying it through operating.
Was that for the red arena?
The rec center.
Yeah, for the red
the
portion.
arena, yeah.
Sorry, for the portion that is known as the red arena. Is that what that was for?
Yeah. It's a cost share contribution between
Right.
Rocky View and CD.
Okay.
All right, thank you. It looks like that one is almost paid off.
Yeah.
So that's good. It looks like that was a pretty significant contribution. My last question, through His Worship, Mr. Edney, and to Erin. So this is going to stretch my understanding of how this works. Under Note 5, Agreements Receivable, again, talking about the utility. I'm just wondering whether I'm understanding this correctly. There's a promissory note, there's a debenture, it looks like roughly a flow-through situation to the utility. Who's paying the interest on what I think is the debenture?
So, that debenture is for the Great Plain project. At that time, the CD, the utility company was so new, they don't have the credit to borrow from the bank, and that's why the CD borrow the money on their behalf. But the utility company pay for both interest and principal.
I'm not sure whether you have that in front of you. Can you show me how that works? I'm seeing the numbers that I'm seeing. It doesn't seem to include the interest. It's under 2024, 1.3 million, and then below principal, 1.3 million, and then there's, unless I'm reading this incorrectly, it looks like the interest is on top of that. Can you walk me through that?
Yes, I can help you with that. So how that works, as with any long-term debt, the interest portion of it doesn't get recognized up front. It gets recognized as time goes on, so over the years. No different than, for this side of it, which is kind of the mirror side of it. The interest doesn't get recognized within the balance receivable until, each year goes by.
Follow-up, please. You might need to back up and do an explain like I'm 5. So Great Plains debenture up top here, 2024, 1.3.
Yeah.
Less the current portion. That the current portion appears to represent the 2025 principal. It appears to not include the interest.
That's right. Yeah.
So when I'm reading this, I'm seeing the city is paying the interest on this cost, which is a flow through to the utility.
That's right. So and correct me if I'm wrong here. So as the city makes the payments on the loan, the utility corporation pays the same amount. So for example, for 2025, the city will pay out $181,000, which is the principal plus the interest, and then the utility corporation will in turn pay for $181,000.
The utility will pay 180.
Yes, that's right.
Gotcha.
To the city, yeah.
All right, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody good? Okay. You had asked also for in-camera portion, is
Yes.
that correct? So then, process-wise, would you like to do that before we do the motions with regards to accepting this? Would you like to provide that information to council before that, or?
Yeah, I can do that. That's generally how the process works, is
Yeah.
we do the in-camera portion and then come out for approval of the financial statements.
Okay, great.
If that works.
Yep, I'm just looking at time and knowing my council, and usually around the first hour mark, everybody likes to do a refill of coffees and stuff first. So why don't we take a recess until 10:05? That'll give council the opportunity to be able to do that. And then we'll go in camera at 10:05, where at that time we'll tackle this item, plus the other items that we have as part of our in camera. Is that correct? Sound good? Okay, so we'll take a recess and come back at 10:05. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. We're just coming back out of our recess. We're now going to be moving to our in-camera portion where we, once again, we're going to do all of our in-camera items at once so that we don't have to go back and forth. So can I have a councillor make the following motion for going into in-camera, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move into closed session at 10:07 a.m. to discuss the following: management letter FOIP section 24, advice from official; golf course update FOIP section 24, advice from official; and transit FOIP section 16, disclosure harm to business interest of third party.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Apologies for the extended time and closed session there. We did take our lunch break in the middle there, so we are now going to be officially coming out of our in-camera session. Can I have a counselor make a motion to come out of closed session, please? Counselor Schindler?
I move that council come out of closed session at 1:49 p.m.
Call for the vote. Rob, yours didn't work. Rob, yours didn't work.
Janelle's not working either.
Okay. So we'll do the old-fashioned
Here we
way.
go. No, press the button
There you go.
and then you can enter again. Mine was sleeping.
There we go. And that's carried. Great. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 1:55. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break now. Coming out of our closed session, I believe we have 3 or 4 motions to bring forward to close off that portion. So can I have a counselor make the first motion, please? Counselor Grant.
Thank you. I move that council accept the management letter update for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Second motion, please. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council accept the golf course update for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And we have 2 other motions. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Narayan.
Yes, I move the council direct the CEO to come back to the May 13th, 2025 regular meeting of council with a public presentation regarding a transit pilot proposal.
Comments, questions? Counselor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I completely agree in moving forward with some type of transit plan. However, I don't believe that we should be sole sourcing this, so I will not be in support of this motion.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. And then finally, can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo.
I move that council direct the CAO to develop an execution, financial, and operational recommendation for the transit pilot proposal and come back to the May 13th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Comments, questions? Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Further to the last motion that was just passed, question through our mayor, the chair, to our CAO. Is this also going to be with the specific company that was outlined previously?
Yep, through the chair to Councilor Warzanowski, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll stay true to my previous comment and I will be not supporting this as it will be sole sourced. I believe in proper procurement procedures with proper due diligence in shopping this around. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just a comment on that question. The city has not committed to anything yet, so this the city is not offside in its procurement process. The city has not made a commitment. What is coming back is a proposal, at which time council can have a debate around process and all those sorts of things. But I would like to make it clear to the public that no commitment has been made to any company as of yet on the implementation of a plan. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, with that, we are now moving to item 7.1, which is our secondary suites engagement report. This is being presented by Josh David, Planner 1.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh David, Planner 1 with Community Growth and Infrastructure. Today I will be presenting 2 recommendations to Council. That Council accept land use bylaw updates, secondary suites for information, and that Council direct administration to bring back a report to the June 17th, 2025 Governance and Priorities meeting that addresses the following implications regarding secondary suites, including parking, established versus growing neighborhoods, resource capacity, enforcement, provincial and federal government alignment, potential grant funding for residents to address affordability, and socioeconomic impacts of limiting secondary suites. In November of 2024, Council directed administration to conduct a community consultation process to gather additional input from the public on the potential development of secondary suite land use bylaw amendments. Through this direction, the city conducted an open house at the Chestermere Recreation Center on January 20th of this year to discuss secondary suites. Additionally, an online survey was conducted from January 28th to February 14th, which was made available on the city's website and shared to social media. A total of 398 survey responses were received. The full results are included in the What We Heard report from the engagement, which has been included as Attachment A. The majority of respondents oppose their implementation citywide, despite acknowledging potential benefits such as increased rental options and income for homeowners. However, substantial concerns about traffic, overcrowding, and negative impacts on neighborhood character persist. There's also a clear divide in the opinions from those in established versus growing neighborhoods in the city. This divide needs to be thoroughly investigated to understand the specific needs in each of these areas. Administration believes that adopting a location-specific approach holds the most potential benefit for the community. This may include, but is not limited to, allowing secondary suites only in designated areas or certain street types to ensure that increased traffic and parking issues are properly addressed. The mixed feedback from the community underscores the importance of thorough planning and consideration of both the advantages and concerns. By incorporating the residents' input, balanced policies can be developed. Any land use bylaw change would also involve the careful consideration and review of neighboring municipalities and the policies that they currently have in place. Making any bylaw change without thoroughly considering both the benefits and the concerns of the public can pose significant risks. There's risk in both either permitting secondary suites universally as well as prohibiting them entirely. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this?
Great, thank you. Council, any questions with regards to the presentation? Councillor Kraft.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to our presenter, I was just looking at the statistics here, and I was trying to make sense of some of the numbers. And I think you mentioned in your opening remarks that we had 370 respondents, 376. Is that right?
398 in total.
Okay. So I'm just wondering, on some of these questionnaires that you asked, were they allowed to select multiple options in there? Oh.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to weigh, what one person who only gets one check mark is worth against a person who gets 5 check marks. So I'm just trying to extrapolate that information. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a bit of a question on the survey too. This was on question 3. Did Chestermere's current policies on secondary suites influence when you purchased your home? Was there opportunity to provide any commentary on there? I wondered if people were even aware, right, of what the policies were with regards to that. So I was just wondering if there was opportunity for them to provide a comment on that particular question.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. So right now we can have discretionary secondary suites. That's right. Do we know how many of those there currently are in the city?
We do. I don't have that number with me right now, but we can provide that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Through the mayor to all of council, I will add we only know about the ones that have permits. We do know of ones that may not in terms of enforcement, but our psychic abilities limit our knowledge of the ones that exist without permits. So we can get that number for you for sure, of the ones that have permits.
Yes, that's fair. And I had a second question there asking if you were mind readers and could just tell where all the illegal suites were or had any kind of projections to that effect as well. I know something I've heard is I'm assuming illegal suites, especially in certain communities that are overpopulated, too many people, maybe unsafe conditions. So I was curious if we had any information about that.
Was there, sorry, Deputy Mayor Samuel, go ahead.
Sorry, just one more, Your Worship. And through you, when we've talked about this before, we were also lumping in, so we had secondary suites, we had short-term rentals and absenteeism and that kind of thing. Those other portions have been separated out from this, correct? So we're scheduled to talk about those other things at another time?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so just two, I guess, not to confuse the two because they are separate. The short-term rentals will be coming at a later council date. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from council? Okay, so you are looking right now then, can we have the motion, the proposed motion that we're looking for today, please, on the screen? So we are doing this one for information, but I also see that it's under an RFD. And so the RFD is the June 17th piece, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so why don't we do the first for information, first motion here for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler?
I move that council accept the land use bylaw update secondary suites report for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried, thank you. And then for the second one, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
So move the council direct administration to bring back a report to the June 17th, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting that addresses the following implications regarding secondary suites, parking established versus growing neighbourhoods, resource capacity enforcement, provincial and federal government alignment, potential grant funding for residents to address affordability and socioeconomic impacts of limiting secondary suites.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to this motion? Councillor Schindler.
Oh, I still have my mic on. So I had some questions just related to what the criteria are for this motion. I'm curious about the secondary suites can take on two forms. They can take on sorry, my brain's failing here. They can take on both as an income or as for example, a mother-in-law suite. Is that going to be differentiated between in this motion or in future criteria when we develop these plans?
So right now in the bylaw, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Liz, go ahead.
We don't differentiate based on who the user is. So whether it's a nanny, a mother-in-law, somebody who's a professional dog sitter, does not matter when we look at the use of a building.
Right.
We look at how it's used, not who is using it for that.
Right. So I'm basically saying if someone's going to build it for their family member or somebody else and not necessarily use it as income, do we do that separately? Is the income then taxed commercially or do we, yeah.
No,
how does that work?
We can get back to you on the tax side of it, as the group of us in the room are not tax experts, unless Kent can take that. But in terms of whether it's for profit or not, is not something we evaluate from the planning lens.
Because I'm also looking at it from a foreign ownership possibility, how people can come in, buy a property and divide it into several different units and then rent it out, but they're not in town. There's no controls. Is it going to really help us? Socioeconomic impacts of this, is that going to be addressed with this engagement report?
I think that's a great question, and I think under socioeconomic impacts, maybe it's not just of limiting secondary suites, it's socioeconomic impacts of secondary suites.
Yes.
So that we can look to answer some of the questions you have on this one as well.
I want to make sure there's a holistic approach to that aspect because other communities in the country are having trouble with people coming in, buying up and jacking up prices. And it becomes not a solution for our neighborhoods to have more affordable housing, but it becomes a hindrance. And we're already seeing record high prices in our community and in this area. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would recommend removing the of limiting secondary suites, and we'll just make it broader because you could see more of them. So that
Correct.
I think I'm hearing what you're saying, and if we have questions, we can return to this video to re-listen to the conversation to make sure that we address that as well.
Okay.
So Councillor Ryan, are you okay with the elimination of that word? Yes. I think that's a simple enough. Okay. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment about Councillor Schindler's concern, and I believe that there is a moratorium on foreign home buyers for single-family homes right now. I believe so.
Moratorium from who?
The federal government.
No.
Yeah.
Something we should check into, maybe.
Something we should maybe check into. That's for foreign, though, but that's not domestic. Right. Obviously, that's implied the word foreign. But, okay, any other questions, comments from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. In a community that is currently largely focused on lowering density, not increasing density, and also looking at the report that's been provided here to council, I can't see how residents would be in support of this, so I will be not supporting moving forward with this motion.
Sorry, Councillor Warzanowski, a point of clarification. This is
To bring information back.
to bring information back as about secondary suites.
Yeah.
So we're not approving
I
anything.
know, but I'm saying don't even bother going forward because the residents don't want it anyway.
Okay. With your approach to this too, this could, so right now we've had groups of residents that have reached out to us with regards to things like restrictive covenants. So we can't enforce those because restrictive covenants are their own unique blend where residents can enforce them with each other through the court process and things like that. However, if we were to look at, I believe in your presentation, I apologize, I flipped to something else in my agenda here at the moment. If we, the wording I believe you had was area specific. If we were looking at that type of the wording here, administration believes in adopting a location-specific approach holds the most potential benefit of the community. That could essentially be a way where we could be supportive of things like a restrictive covenant. Is that correct? More specifically, if a location right now has a restrictive covenant, right, we could, through an adoption of a bylaw with regards to secondary suites, those could be locations where we could just say, no, you can't have secondary suites.
Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, the restrictive covenant wouldn't have any bearing on like the land use that would get approved, but
Right.
we could put in place specific areas of the city where we would not allow them, and that could be incorporated into the bylaw.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
And just a thought with this report, what I would really like to see on that same line was a map showing where these suggested neighborhoods would be highlighted or something easy that we can share.
Ms. Reddy?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add a comment to just to some of the commentary I've heard and give you some background of how administration got to this. There's a disconnect between what you see being built in the community versus what some of the feedback online was. And while the feedback online made sure that the same computer couldn't do it twice, it had no control over, you could do it 13 times in your household if you had 13 devices in your household. So it had no way practically. It's something we're working on for future engagements, is to get some actual feedback from who is the one submitting into these. Because I think one of the things I personally see is we hear the community doesn't want secondary suites, but in all the new communities, every home is built with a side door and is advertised as secondary suites. And if you talk to the people that live in those communities, they're buying those on the presumption that they can have a secondary suite to help pay their mortgage. So while this data shows that the community doesn't want it, now the community that responded to it doesn't necessarily want it. So we want to go investigate a little bit more on, really come back to council with some information on the differences we're seeing in the community, and as well as, just how it aligns with some of the other comments I've got up there. We'll elaborate more when the report comes back, but I think that's really where the second group is going, is to dig deeper into that feedback we got through those surveys.
Great, thank you. Councillor, yes, no? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you. I think I just want to add a little bit on Kent's comment. Sometime if a new community, majority is a builder, is selling a secondary suite approved, some residents don't want to rent, but it's good opportunity for reselling the house in the future, so they have both. That is also. So it depends on the buyer. So the buyer market, they want the secondary suite or not, or even though they have, same like a walkout basement. It's kind of same. Somebody want walkout basement. Sometime there is a price expensive as well on secondary suite. It depends if they can afford for that as well. So this is actually, it is. It depends on the buyer market. Yeah.
Well, and to both those points, I think it would be good for us to have some information coming back, because I think that there is some misinformation currently that exists in our community. So I've had some residents say to me that when they bought their home, they're in the neighborhood that they're in, they were told that when they bought their home, no secondary suites were ever allowed in Chestermere ever, period. That's what they were told. And so they are still under this assumption that secondary suites are not permitted anywhere in Chestermere, period. Well, we know that that's actually not true, right? As pointed out in this. And so I think it would be good for us to be coming back with some information with regards to things that we've seen in the survey. This idea of the location specific, I think, is a great idea, but also so that we can get the actual correct information in front of some residents, because I had to explain to this resident that to my knowledge, well, that's currently not a thing, but I don't know if that's ever been a thing where secondary suites were never allowed, period. I don't know in the history of Chestermere if that was a piece, but I think it's also good. This is the information that exists right now, right? And here are some ways that we can address this issue. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. My comment was mostly semantical, but it's about the sale of the new homes, and they're not really selling them as a secondary suite home. They're selling it as a multi-generational home, is what they call them. Yeah. Basically, there's probably no difference at the end of the day, except it's not sold permitted as a secondary suite, but it is sold as a multi-generational living arrangement.
Right. I think that goes back to the comment that Ms. Armitage was making, is that essentially we don't control the who of who lives in there, whether it's nanny, multi-generational, or the dog sitter. Right. We essentially, it's just a secondary suite. So again, I think that's where providing some more information and some more clarity, I think, will be valuable for everybody. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a point of order. If we wanted to ask for a recorded vote, would that have to be done by Councillor Narayan, who stated the motion?
Nope, you can call for a recorded vote right now.
I'll call for a recorded vote.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm just asking if it's in our procedural.
We're good either way. So Councillor Warzanowski has requested. Sorry,
I was just going to address Councillor Schindler, if it's all right. You're generally not going to know what the motion is. We just do it this way, right? So anybody could make a motion, and then you can call for the recorded vote after hearing the
correct.
motion.
Yeah, we had this conversation a while ago, and we did come to the consensus that it was to be said before the motion, because we can see the motion before it's read into the public record.
So that information's been incorrect.
Okay,
So
so
anybody,
I'm happy
so
to be
a
corrected.
recorded vote has been called for, and
Okay.
we will respect the process of doing
Okay,
the
I just
recorded
wanted
vote.
to be corrected, that's all.
So, with that, are there any other comments, questions from council? Okay, thank you. So then, with the recorded vote going in order, Councillor Grant, do you vote in favor or opposed?
I vote in favor to see this information.
Thank you. Councillor Naran?
Yes, thank you. It's for information, so I'm in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you. I think I was clear during the debate. I will be voting opposed.
Thank you. Councillor Randawa?
For the information, I'd be in favor for the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler?
I am also in favor.
Deputy Mayor Sambo?
In favor, Your Worship.
Thank you. And I will be voting in favor again because this is for information, and it's going to be able to for us to be able to provide more information to our residents, provide some more clarity, and then allow us to then make some further decisions as this will influence future secondary suite bylaws that we anticipate will be coming. Okay. So then that recorded vote that is carried at 6-1. Thank you. Is there another motion or anything else related to this matter?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to bring to attention, we skipped the motions from item 6.1, which I think was what we were originally going to do when we came out of closed session after.
That's right.
So
Thank you.
we should.
So can we go back to item motions for 6.1, please? Thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Sambo?
Certainly. I move that council accept the City of Chestermere 2024 audited financial statements for information and approve the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, and Director of Corporate Services to sign the financial statements and other related documents.
Comments, question?
Does the mayor need to be on there, Mayor Dean?
Can we withdraw that emotion? I should have looked at this closer. You have to approve the financial statements, and I think the mayor and I signed them. You don't just accept them.
I could change the word accept to approve.
Yeah.
And I think that would just be a friendly that someone on council could give me or I could give myself.
So, Mr. Edney, the question is, are you the only one who signs or does the mayor sign as well?
Oh, you and I both signed them.
So it should be,
I think the Director of Corporate Services does.
so it should be CAO and mayor.
Yeah. You and I,
Mayor.
yeah.
There we go. Chief elected official and mayor, same thing.
That's good, because if he designates to deputy, that's good.
Chief elected official and mayor is the same thing. Yeah. Good? You good with that? Okay. Councilor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just one comment in regards to this motion. It may be self-implied through our chair to Mr. Edney. Do we want to add that and then send it off to? No, it's kind of implied. All right, I'm fine with that. Yeah, good.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Sambo?
I can restate the motion with the adjustments. I move that council approve the City of Chestermere 2024 audited financial statements for information and approve the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, and Chief Elected Official to sign the financial statements and other related documents.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now, does that wraps up everything for 6.1? Okay. Then moving to item 7.3, which is rescind bylaw 007-24. This is the Chief Administrative Officer Delegation Order.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to the rest of council, I'm here today with a report with a request that council rescind bylaw number 007-24, being the Chief Administrative Officer Delegation Order effective immediately. So essentially we have two different bylaws that impact the CAO's role in the organization. The first is bylaw number 026-23, being the CAO and designated officer bylaw. So in that bylaw, it reflects what the MGA states, where it gives the CAO the authority to essentially do all the operational things in the organization, to run the organization, to set up the structure, to do a number of different things. Last year in March of 2024, the official administrator at the time read in bylaw number 007-24, which is the bylaw that I'm asking to be rescinded at this point. When you review the two bylaws, the original bylaw creating the CAO and designated officer roles is generally what most municipalities have in place. There may be the odd little tweak that I may suggest we bring back after consulting with the lawyers, but generally it's acceptable and accomplishes what the MJ needs to. It lays out what council will be doing versus what the CAO is being delegated to do. The issue with the current CAO delegation order is it's essentially a policy that the CAO would normally put in place. So it's very prescriptive if you had a chance to read through it. It's essentially council telling the CAO how they will delegate, how they will run the organization, what the corporate services department will look like, who the human resources manager will report to, what any of their signing authorities are, and a number of different items. So I did have our legal team quickly take a look at the two bylaws to make sure nothing was missing from the original bylaw if this one were to be rescinded. And there isn't. Like I said, there may be a couple of tweaks that I might recommend bringing back just for clarity going forward for this council and future councils. But even at the end of the report you can see on screen, the recommendation from the lawyer was that the direction being given in the bylaw is too detailed and infringes essentially upon the CAO's authority and delegation under the previous bylaw. So in order to maintain role clarity between what the CAO does and what council does, my ask would be that we rescind bylaw 007-24. And if there's any questions from council, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay, great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards, Deputy Mayor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney. I can see why this was put in place in 2024, but I think I agree that it's not needed anymore. The motion that created the 2024 bylaw, did that also rescind the 23 bylaw, or this was created in addition?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Sandbo, it was created in addition. Yep, so they're two slightly related, but it mutually exclusive, I guess, bylaws in that way. So we would still keep 026-23 in place and operational. We would just rescind 007-24. And for clarity too, I will likely take 007-24 and turn it into a policy whereby that explicitly states for directors and managers how I'm delegating my authority down to them. So it probably won't practically change. It's just whose bylaw or policy it is what this would change.
Councillor Schindler?
And so I have a question along those same lines. If we rescind this and you're going to create a policy, is there going to be an issue with the gap between those two exercises?
No, I don't think so. Because at the end of the day, it all rests with me anyways. So as long as everybody's clear internally what they're doing, we should be fine. There's already some things as I would change here, just even as far as which departments report to which directors and that kind of thing as well. So it just gives some flexibility to change that as we go. We already have, just for clarity, like on spending authorities, we already have a separate policy that outlines signing authorities. So that's really the main thing that gets captured in here that's important.
Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, can I have the motion, please? Great, thank you. Can I have a oh, there we go. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council rescind bylaw 007-24 being the chief administration officer delegation order effective immediately.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 7.4, which is the tabled motion from March 25th. This is being presented by Matthew Boscario.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, you have two recommendations in front of you. I will make an apology on an oversight on behalf of administration, as this was to be brought to the last council meeting in April. But it is here today for council's deliberation. Two motions and recommendations again are in front of you, including the brief implementations which are rather self-explanatory on page 2 of the report. We're here for any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So just speaking to this, council, I'm recommending that we would lift from the table. And then I would suggest that we not rescind the motion from the official administrator. And the reason I'm suggesting that is given the fact that we've now gone to a first reading and a public hearing that includes it. If we want to, we could have the debate about the OSL after the public hearing at second reading. Right? So that'll give opportunity. So the public hearing will give opportunity for anybody from the public or developers or anybody else that would like to provide feedback on offsite levy on the library being included in the model, to give them that opportunity to provide that information then. And then we can accept all that information and then have a wholesome debate about, or if there is any debate, about whether or not libraries should stay included in the OSL bylaw when we get to second reading of the bylaw. So that would be my recommendation. That doesn't necessarily need to be followed, but given the fact of kind of the timeline of how this happened, where we had tabled it to the 8th, I know that that was one of the desires of this motion, was similar to some other things that we had seen, to provide administration and our development communities some opportunity to communicate. Not sure if that has happened, but again, that can also come back at the public hearing, which is happening next week, 29th. So we will be having the public hearing on the 29th. And then can, again, have the debate at the second reading. But certainly open to having comments on that. But I think the first thing that we need to do is lift from the table, correct?
That is correct, Councilor.
Okay, thank you. So can I have a councillor make the motion to lift the motion from the table, please? Councillor Narayan.
Let's move the council lift from the table, March 25th, 2025, motion 250325-11, being council rescind motion 240109-11, motion that the official administrator give direction to administration to prepare and include a library off-site levy in the 2025 off-site levy amending bylaw.
Great, thank you. So, just for clarity's purpose, this voting right now, when I call for the vote, we are only voting to lift it from the table. That's it. Okay? So, call for the vote to lift the motion from the table. Okay, that's carried unanimously. So, with that then, so we've lifted it from the table, so we still have to deal with the motion. Correct? So, because the motion was made, the motion is that council rescind motion 24010911. We're not making that motion right now because that's the motion that's now on the table now that we've lifted it from the table, correct?
It was already made.
That is correct to council. It was already made.
Okay, thank you. So, welcome to debate on this. Again, I usually don't do this. I usually go last. My recommendation from council is that we not rescind this motion at this time, because we've already put it into the bylaw. It's already gone in first reading. It's already there for public hearing. We can get that feedback, and then should we want to remove it from the bylaw, we could do it at second reading. But would love to, but certainly opening that up for debate. But again, my recommendation, based on everything that I just said, would be that we vote no to rescinding the OA's motion. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Thinking back to when we tabled this motion, we were hoping that there would be some discussion from Build coming forward.
That's correct.
And I guess I'm looking to administration. Has that happened?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Doherty. I'm the Manager of Infrastructure here at the City of Chestermere. Councillor Grant, to your question, we have had ongoing conversations with them, with Build, sorry, not them, for the last couple of weeks. Similar to before, we don't have a full-fledged solution of how to get a library within the city in the next short term anyways. But similar to the other times, I think, when you saw Mark and Madeline present on the OSL previously, of having conversations of, are there creative solutions? What could we do to reduce the costs, or expedite the process and reduce the cost, and what that looks like? We're having those conversations. I believe, I haven't seen it yet, and I don't know if Build has submitted a letter as part of the public hearing or not. I know that they have, I believe, until tomorrow, based on the timeline, so that may be coming. We're expecting it to be coming, which will kind of outline more of their stance and what they would like to see happening, and I believe they will be present at the public hearing as well to be able to share their opinions on that. But to answer your question, on administration side, we have actively had those conversations. We've asked about what this could look like and how we can solve this problem together to ensure that the city does get the city's needs met. Yeah.
And it was at the public hearing last time that this happened, right? It was actually at that public hearing where the developer brought the solution to the public hearing. So perhaps that is a strategy. I obviously I have not been in contact with Build at all, so I have no clue. But that is the process that had happened before. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Further to Councillor Grant's commentary regarding Build, I seem to recall I had asked for some information which, through our chair administration to you, Mrs. Doherty, you'd commented that Madeline and Mark had brought some of this information. Some of the information that I recall asking for, or at least thinking about it, so I hope I said it, at the last council meeting, was just asking how the OSL model looks at similar sized municipalities, and if we can provide that quantitative information to council in the form of an email. I think that would be something important also, in my opinion, that the public would like to see, so they can provide some commentary on what an OSL looks like, which would be new to Chestermere. Because we know it exists in large municipalities, but those municipalities are nothing shaped like our city.
I think that's a very great comment, Councillor Warzanowski. To build on that, we did take all of the questions that came from council at the OSL presentation, first reading, and turn those into a FAQ of sorts and have addressed all of those questions. Those questions are being brought as in conjunction with our second and third reading documentation to the executive leadership team tomorrow to go through and discuss, refine, make sure that all of your questions were answered properly, and then all of that information will be shared at the agenda package for public hearing and second and third reading.
Well done. Thank you.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to kind of add on to what Ms. Doherty just said, the reason we're dealing with this particular motion today is because we didn't deal with it at the last meeting like we were supposed to. So all of the information that came out of that previous meeting is coming to a subsequent meeting. This was just a procedural issue that we missed and need to deal with it for today.
Great. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Schindler.
I just wanted to reiterate what Mayor Dean was saying, and I wanted to again reissue my challenge to the developer and Build community that to see what they had in mind for a solution for our library, as libraries do sell houses and build our communities more holistically. I hope they see the same value that we do in having these facilities in our community. And I just I'm eager for next week, or is it next week? Next week when this comes to second reading and we hear from them. So I'm fully in support of keeping this, or it's fully in support of keeping this motion as is until next meeting.
Okay. Any other questions, comments with regards to the motion? Okay. With that then, so the motion is on the floor. We'll call for the vote. So the motion, sorry, are you asking for clarity on that, Councillor Schindler? Okay, so for clarity's sake, the motion that is on the floor is that council rescind motion 240109-11, motion that the official administration give direction to administration to prepare and include an offsite levy bylaw in the 2025 offsite levy amending bylaw. If we vote yes on this, it would eliminate the library from being in the OSL. If we vote no, voting no leaves it in there for now, right? It is not in the bylaw yet approved because we still have not done second and third reading. So if you vote yes, it comes out of the bylaw right now. If you vote no, you will have further opportunity to vote for it again at second reading. No matter how you vote, you have further opportunity to vote for it at second reading. But just for clarity's sake, voting yes takes it out of the bylaw today. Voting no leaves it in the proposed bylaw, not the approved bylaw. I capture all that pretty well there, Mr. Edney? Lead services, I do okay? Did I pass lead services 101? Yes. Okay. With that then, any other clarity or questions, comments from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Defeated unanimously. That's what I meant.
Still carried.
It's true. Carried in the negative, I guess. Okay. Last one then that we have is the traffic safety on eastbound Chestermere Boulevard, being presented by Mr. Mike Fluker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. I am bringing to you a report for information that stems back to October 28th, 2024. At the time, a gentleman by the name of Mr. James Furlong contacted the city of Chestermere with concerns regarding a detour that was implemented on Chestermere Boulevard, right where Merganser Drive begins. And in effect, what happened at that particular time with that detour, it took the traffic off of Chestermere Boulevard into a residential area along Merganser Drive. The detour was in place for about 5 weeks, I believe. In any event, with the additional traffic coming down Merganser Drive, it created safety issues that were exacerbated by construction that was happening along Merganser Drive at the time, some finishing work with landscaping and so forth, vehicles parked on the roadway. The situation was less than desirable. So a couple of things happened immediately at that time. I was contacted by Mayor Dean. We reached out to the developers to clean up that stretch of Merganser Drive, which was done fairly quickly. And we also conducted some enforcement along Merganser Drive. Shortly after that was done, and I believe it was you, Mayor Dean, that contacted the complainant to advise him of what had transpired. And we hadn't heard back from him since then. The situation resolved through the actions taken and the fact that the detour was ultimately removed, cleaned up that situation. However, what came from this, and this is why this report is being brought back to you for information now, is the fact that when this detour permission was granted through the appropriate group at CGI, there was some neighboring development that impacted on this as well. And what stems from this is the fact that we need to do a better job of coordinating these kinds of events to mitigate and minimize the impact on traffic and traffic safety. So in consultation with CGI and Director Armitage, she advises me that, to restate this, it highlights the need to ensure any future detours, road closures, and road work in developmental areas are documented and submitted to the city for approval prior to implementation, including the coordination of such activity with neighboring developments that might be impacted. And that, in fact, is the case as we consider these things today. So my request to council is that you accept this report on traffic safety for information.
Great, thank you. Are there any comments, questions, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is in this vein, maybe not directly about this specific instance. What is a developer, or I guess it would be a developer's requirement to notify the city prior to shutting down roadways in the city for remedial work, excavation, any of the above?
I know that exists. I can't speak to the extent on how much information is required, but that has been addressed, and I know through CGI that these situations are looked at and addressed. And the point being from this report is that it'll be looked at with greater emphasis on coordination so that we aren't impacted. Anytime you get traffic coming off a main route into a residential area is always going to be disruptive and is going to require some greater attention. Hopefully we don't have similar situations occurring too often, but to your point, Councillor, this has been addressed and there are mechanisms in place. And it's done with enough notice that we can impact and address these situations properly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my example, I guess, was specifically about a developer ripping up a road and not even notifying the residents that live in front of that road that this work is happening.
Yeah, I don't believe that could happen. I can't say that it hasn't or won't, but that should not occur.
I unfortunately can personally attest to that is true, because it happened on my street and I knew that the road was getting ripped up because I woke up and saw it. So even in my current role, right, there was, so it's good to hear that some new processes with that are coming in place, because I think it would be great for not only for to having the developer inform the city, but then also us putting out the communication via our news flashes and our social media channels, because these do have direct impact on our residents, including a mayor.
Indeed, and again, I just want to repeat that I know that it's being addressed, and what we are doing today is far better than what we have been doing in the past. The communication process has become much clearer and more effective and efficient.
Great, thank you. Mr. Boscario.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just from the development perspective, and to council's concerns with respect to these kind of plans. Upon intake of typically a development permit application, administration does require specific plans and deliverables through that process. One being a construction management plan. So looking at the phase of construction with respect to such instances as, perhaps they need to close a roadway. What is the plan for that? And so administration's intention is to look at those upon its circulation to different departments more with more of a fine-tooth comb. In addition to that, through the development process, it's critical that we can work with and request from developers and builders a communication strategy, perhaps, so that we know when perhaps a road gets cut up or a sidewalk may be closed, we can get some headway from an administrative perspective to then communicate out to our residents. And sometimes developers and or builders will provide that communication at its own discretion as well, or at its own leisure rather, so that it takes the burden off administrative resources to do that. So what Mr. Fluker, just to supplement his comments, administration does intend to, through the development CGI team, look at it more with a fine-tooth comb with respect to the submissions from a construction management plan perspective or other plans that are required upon submission for a permit.
Follow up, Mayor?
Sure, you go first.
So, Mr. Biscario, did I nail it or what? Close enough? Okay. Nice. No. So in what you're saying, would that only be in effect before a development permit is granted? What about in the instance where the work is finished and now there's a failure and remedial work needs to happen? What is the requirement of the developer to communicate with the city so that we can make sure residents are aware of the issue?
Councillor, you're alluding to, through the mayor, a problem that many municipalities do face. And so that without having my eyes on that at this point in time, I can't really comment. But what I know from experience is that if there are provisions at the municipality that hold developers to account, sometimes through securities, and when those are released upon final inspection, CCC, FACs and the rest, then we can start talking about how that looks. But at this point, I really couldn't make an administrative comment to your question, but I hope that would be in place.
Might I suggest that maybe through the procurement of a road closure permit, that information would be communicated wholesomely?
We will take that back. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, I also wonder too if there's a way within our processes to, I think about the people that on our staff that are out and about in our communities every day, Roads and Fleet, for example, right? Like our garbage and recycling guys drive every corner of this city every day, all day. And so I'm even wondering if there are ways, maybe this already exists, or could it be further encouraged about especially our people that are out and about every single day, for them to communicate back to, whether it's through CGI or through Mike's department or via Teams, however this needs to happen, just an encouragement on that, to have all those eyes out there looking, right? Because that crew in particular sees every corner of this city all the time. And I think it would be great if we were to further encourage them to be communicating back to City Hall particular areas that they're seeing of concern.
Yeah, and to Council and Mr. Mayor, excellent comments, and I think that the executive team here can kind of talk about that collaboration and those efforts to better improve that communication.
Great, thank you. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know this is the issue, and especially when things happen with our worship, then it's a major issue in the community. So there is anything like for the construction, I know, so we can, for the residents won't suffer, so we can no parking sign, or for the construction worker there's a certain area where they can park their vehicle in that. So because that one I seen as just example in a Calgary, like a designated only for construction worker, they have their own construction fence around, and their vehicle is parked there especially. So it's for construction, and other residents can come in and out normal life on daily basis, bit easy.
Yes, thank you for your comments.
Great point.
All of those things that you just stated are certainly being considered. I just want to come back to what Mayor Dean had spoken about earlier. We do meet on a weekly basis across agencies within the city here, and we discuss those very things so that we're sharing information. And certainly very recently, I've had conversations with my managers to carry on down to everyone that is on the road to bring forth any issue that they see out there that might be addressed. And quite simply, and as you alluded to, when we've got people out there driving garbage trucks and picking up, they're the ones that face the problems with road closures and obstructions and various things that can impede the pickup. So we hear about it right away, and it allows us to be able to be a little bit more proactive with it. So that communication, in fact, is in place, and I believe it's going to serve us well.
Great, thank you. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to Councillor Randawa's comment, that's something we're talking about with the developers and the builders too, is finding somewhere on their sites where their workers can park. I think this particular example was really just a reflection of a number of years of perhaps a poor culture developing, not just in how we dealt with the builders, but also internally communicating. So it's something we're actively working on, what's under our control, but then also talking to the developers and the builders and trying to make them, help them steward towards good neighborly citizenship. So some of that's going to have to come through enforcement, right? Reminding them when it says no parking, it means no parking. But also working collaboratively ahead of time to make sure they understand where to go. So I think it's just a process that I'm sure we'll see some hiccups this summer, but hopefully it's better than last summer, and next summer is better than this summer, and we can get it to where it's functioning efficiently, I guess.
Okay, with that, I believe the motion is to accept for information. Can I have the motion on the screen, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council accept the report on traffic safety on eastbound Chestermere Boulevard traffic and Merganser Drive West for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, I believe we've come to the end of our agenda, unless there's anything else from Ledge Services or council that we believe we have missed. Great, thank you. Just a reminder that council will be heading out shortly after this. I can see through the doorway of council chambers here that a number of people have already just gone out, garbage bag in hand to get started. So council will be heading out to a number of different storm ponds and areas around Chestermere here as I speak. I just saw another group of 3 people walking out the door with garbage bags and gloves in hand. So awesome. So again, invite the community to either join us or participate here this week in Pitch-In Week. Can I have a councillor make the motion to adjourn, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I move, I just want to, I forgot I should do it early in the morning moment of reflection. Our Mayor Dean is grandpa now. I just want to say, so congratulate to him.
Thank you.
So he's now is old man. Because he's grandpa.
That's true. It's true.
Now I can adjourn the motion. So I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 2:59 p.m.
Great. Thank you for that, Councillor Randawa. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thanks, everybody. So I think, is that bus here? Do we